Go.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here today. It's been a long week on the road for me, and this is as far north as I'll get this week. But I'm really looking forward to it. We got a cool morning for it to get started, and I think starting off with a nice way in this single entry Angus heifer class. I think this young lady's got a nice one that represents just a lot of brood cow function. I like that one, softness of rib and just her fleshy knees and dimension when you get right in the center part of her. I think one that stopped and collected on a profile still gives you a balanced look. Maybe she moves and we could tweak her just a bit off each end of her skeleton, maybe relax that spine down in her just a bit better. But I think that's still a high quality single entry for her to get our day started. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations to Lauren Bergerson on receiving a first blue. Coming into the ring now is Bristol Bush with an Angus cow and calf.
Did you hear that little girl?
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, she wants to go.
Really nice group of 2-year-olds here in our Milking Shorthorn class today. I lead out with 2 very stylish, similar cut cows today, but the young lady in first has the advantage today in overall.
We got our single entry cow calf in our Angus division, and obviously looks like we utilized the crossbreeding system here with this particular pair. I think a high quality pair to represent. I think just foot shape and just structure and joint work in that cow's good. I like just the development to her udder and her teeth structure. Maybe we'd give her just a shot more, just substance and stoutness and performance, maybe relative to where she's at in her productive life. But she's doing a nice job with that red Baldy bull calf at side. My compliments to that pair of exhibitors. Nice pair to represent out of that particular class.
Receiving the first blue and Dad. You can stay in the ring. They'll be choosing champion Angus.
Just one entry here in our brown Swiss
Which
3-year-old
one are you
class.
giving it to?
And you just, as
We get this champion Angus Johnny back out here, these two single entries. And I think both represent really well. These exhibitors doing a good job out here. You got that yearling heifer out of the first class, and I think that one, just in terms of body and performance and dimension, you got to like a good deal. Really gives you a nice look on the stand. We tweak her just a little bit in terms of her angles off either end, but I think still functional enough when she goes. The pair out of that second class, then you like just that cow's foot shape and her athleticism, good bull calf aside. Maybe give her just a shot more body and capacity as we get comparative. It's a good pair of them out here, though. I like the young ladies heifer. They're out of the first class to be champion. We're going to fall with the pair to be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Lauren Bergerson on winning champion Angus heifer. Congratulations to Bristol Bush for winning reserve. Coming into the ring next will be Maine heifer. This one will be champion too.
Single entry. Yep. Just a single entry in our main NG division. I think young lady's got a nice heifer to represent, and I think very indicative of her particular breed in terms of a heifer that's got some stoutness and some power and some real dimension to her. She does a nice job getting that heifer presented on the stand, really a level top, just level design kind of female there when she stops in park. We probably give her lower joints just a little bit more flex and cushion when she gets in motion to make her ideal, but I still think that's a nice one to represent your main class. Congratulations, that young lady today.
Congratulations to Lauren Norgard on winning first blue and champion in the main division. Coming into the ring next is a single entry Simmental.
Just one.
Just one entry in our Jersey 3-year-old class, but what an
Entry Simmental, kind of giving her fits and being a knothead out here, but man, I don't think that detracts from this heifer's quality. I think for that breed, that one's really soft and secure and just good at the ground. I love that one when she gets in motion. You just study how she hits the arena surface, really smooth, and the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. I like her body shape a good deal. You know, maybe at times she'll get just a little different in her top and the way she transitions from her hooks to her pins from just a balance perspective, but I think from just a function and athleticism and just structural correctness viewpoint, I think that one's pretty nice to study, particularly relative to that breed. Nice job, young lady. Good work out here.
Congratulations to Taylor Laufenberg on winning First Blue and champion Simmental. Coming into the ring next is Shorthorn Summer Yearling Heifer. There will be 3 in this class.
Got these 3 entries in our Shorthorn class here, and probably where the decision lies for me is on top between 1 and 2. I just thought the young lady's Blue Roan Heifer, in terms of just performance and real dimension and real body shape and pin width, was at a pretty big premium here. And I think at the ground too, that's the biggest footed, stoutest constructed one, and you still like that one just for her length of spine and the way she levels up out of her hip. nice heifer to start that particular class. I think the heifer that follows with her in second to be reserved is probably just a little more refined in the shape to her neck, a little more attractive and feminine shoulder forward, probably just a little smoother in the way that shoulder lays onto her body, and I appreciate that about her. With that, though, I think she's just a little bit flatter in the way she's put together. She's not as just bold and just dimensional in terms of her forerib and rib cage, one that I'd maybe like to square up and power up in her from her hooks to her pin just a little bit, stouten her up at her foundation. But I still think that one's flexible and agile in terms of her skeleton down low, and that's what gets her over the heifer that follows in third. Here's one in third that probably has just a little more foot size, maybe just a little more substance when you get right on top of her. We get this heifer in motion, ask her to lead. To me, she's the most vertical in the way her knee sits in her. I think she's the sharpest in her hock and the most rigid as she hits the surface. Like to just deepen and intensify the shape to her foot and rear heel, but I think a nice one there to finish up in third. My compliments to those three exhibitors.
Congratulations to Diana Burnett on winning first blue and champion. Dan Anderson, second blue and reserve, and Heidi Anderson for third blue. Coming into the ring now is junior heifer calf dairy beef. Just one entry.
Mila. You might want to find somebody to run that gauge over there because I'm sure Danny's not going to stay there very well. I mean, I can see if Doyle would for a while.
This young man's doing a really good job with this dairy heifer calf out here. It'll be a single entry and champion in this division. I think that's one that just study her for as an individual, and I think a really sound structured, correctly built kind of a female that's got some smoothness and some continuation about her. I think one that's only built to get better as she continues to mature. Nice job, young man, doing a really solid job with that little heifer calf.
Congratulations to Tate Yeske on winning first blue and champion for dairy beef. Coming into the ring next will be AOB heifer calf.
little. This young lady's got a little Hereford heifer calf that she's doing a nice job with. I think one that you appreciate just that heifer's lines and her look and her youthfulness today. And I think yet one that's still built to have a bright future down the road. She's doing a really good job. Congratulations, young lady. Good luck with her.
Congratulations to Charlie Radcliffe on winning First Blue and Champion. At this time, we will invite all the champs, First Blues and reserves, or just the champions in at this time. Angus, Maine. Simmental is coming in at this time. Shorthorn. Dairy beef. And AOB. Show Hayden Wilder from Remington, Indiana. He attended Black Hawk East and Western Illinois University and was part of the judging team at both schools. He is currently the ag instructor and livestock judging coach at Lakeland College in Mantoun, Illinois. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, congratulations to these 6 division or breed representatives out here for our Supreme Open Female Drive. I think a good group of them represented out here. and we talked these cattle pretty extensively in their classes. A lot of them came out of divisions that were maybe singles or just pairs of them. And with that, I think they're cattle that represent the right kind as we get them back out here. For me, I guess there's one that's really solid for champion, and then I think you can have a little more give and take for reserve. I'll go show you the two that I like. Again, my compliments to these exhibitors on a job well done to get our cattle show started today.
So yeah, pick this one first.
Laufenberg. Taylor received champion open class. Congratulations to Lauren Bergerson on receiving reserve champion open class heifer.
One entry in our Jersey 5.
Next coming into the ring will be feeder junior calf.
Let's put our hands together for these 4 young people out here doing a really good job with these feeder calf projects. You can tell they got a lot of passion out here to be in the ring, and it's a great place to get started. It's a great place to get some experience. Young man, we got them lined up here now. How we're going to place them. Young man up there at the front, got a calf there that I really think has a bright future. That one's big-footed and sound structured and good-bodied and just really practical in his kind. Obviously got a little more performance out here than some, and that probably helps things, but I think that's a high-quality individual to start. Young lady's bull calf that we saw in our pair class there a little earlier today, I think one that probably he might be at as big a disadvantage as any for just performance and weight per day of age out here, but I think you just study him for an individual, what he is, a little bigger footed, a little stouter constructed, more muscular kind of a calf, maybe relative to those 2 that follow him. Got a pair of heifers in, the young people in 3 and 4, maybe just in terms of dimension and stoutness need a little more, but I thought lines and smoothness and structure was really good in that young man's heifer we're going to line up with in 3rd. Similar story with the young lady's heifer in 4th there. Maybe just like to power up a little bit when we step right in behind her, but a good class of those 4 feeder calves. My compliments to those 4 exhibitors.
Congratulations to Max Radcliffe on winning first blue and champion. Bristol Bush, second blue and reserve. Congratulations to Elliot Bush, first red. Adeline Bush, second red. Coming.
Over here, show me your Holstein.
Coming into the ring now is senior feeder calf. This is a single entry.
Just a single entry in that second class of the young lady, so an automatic class winner. So I figured we just kind of put them together and, select our champion and reserve feeder calf here in the open show. And I think she brings us one that's, I think he's neat to study today, but yet still got a lot of continuation. Really like the way he's built up through his front end in terms of just attractiveness and extension. And yet you get back behind his shoulder and he's still got some real muscle and dimension and just some squareness to his hip. big-footed cap that still hits the surface nice. So then obviously we get him next to that first-class winner for champion and reserve consideration. And I think both good kinds of cattle. I think the young man's out of Class 1, probably a little more just, just really a practical-centered, good-bodied cap. He's maybe just a little bit plainer up through his front end, the way his neck and chest and shoulder all sit in him. Maybe not as muscular as the young lady steer in the second class, and she brings us one, like I said, just really a striking, good-looking kind of a show prospect that's still got a bright future ahead of him. I like the young lady's cat single entry to be your champion. Young man out of the first class is going to follow up for reserve. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Kennedy Laufenberg on winning her class first, blue, and champion. And congratulations to Kennedy on also winning overall open class feeder. Congratulations to Max Radcliffe on winning reserve. That concludes our open class. We will now be moving into junior show breeding class. Coming into the ring at this time is a Hereford Junior Heifer Calf.
Just a single entry Hereford heifer to start out our junior show side of things this morning on the breeding cattle side. And man, I think a nice one that could stand some competition. I think just talk about that one as an individual. That's a sensibly sized, really good structure, good jointed one. She's really just accurate in terms of her step at the ground. You like her body shape and dimension a good deal. Still really good in her lines up high. Maybe just a little moderate out here. Be interested to get her back next to some, maybe from some of those other breeds. But I think that's a really nice single representation for that Hereford exhibitor. Nice job to her.
Congratulations to Brenna Thorson on receiving first blue and champion. Coming into the ring next is Angus Heifer.
Not champion, right? We've got
No,
okay.
we have another class.
First of two Angus classes here with a single entry. Young man's doing a nice job with this big senior yearling. I think one that, man, you got to just appreciate that one and that look right there when she He stopped and parked on the stand and he gets her stuck. I think that one's just really parallel in terms of her body depth. Her lines sit in her good. She's a heifer that lays in smooth at the point of her shoulder, got some dimension when you get in behind her. You know, I think we get that heifer in motion. We could probably just relax her angles up front a little bit, maybe flex her hock and rear past her and just a skosh better. But I think that's still an awful nice look right there to tie as a single class winner here. We look forward to seeing her in our champion drive here in just a bit.
Congratulations to Nolan Norgard on winning First Blue and First Blue. Coming into the ring next is Junior Yearling Heifer.
We've got our candidates for a senior champion in our Jersey show today out here. I have our first place 2-year-old, our first place 4-year-old, and then our first place 5-year-old. Today for me, your senior champion of your Jersey show is going to go to our first place 4-year-old. She carries that balance all the way through. And today for me, it's going to be on just how she handles.
We don't know if that's it yet.
She tracks a little bit cleaner, has a little bit more balance from hooks and pins, and especially I like the whip that she carries out through her pin. Our third senior champion is going to go to our 5-year-old and get an incredible cow. Just want to see her a little bit cleaner and have a little bit more whip pin to go over our 4-year-old for contention on the senior champion. Congratulations to our Jersey show.
Congratulations to Emma Ross for winning the senior champ.
And build from that regard. I think one that's got good depth to her center body. Maybe we'd give her just a little more dimensional, dynamic shape to her forerib when we get right behind her shoulder there. Maybe lay her in just a little neater and at the point of her shoulder and change the way she travels up front if we could. But I think that's still a nice single entry there. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Franny Everson on winning a First Blue. Coming into the ring next is a senior heifer calf, junior heifer calf. It's a black calf.
Entry in this Angus show, our youngest heifer that we've seen. I sure don't think that detracts from her quality. I think that's a very good kind of Angus female that's got a great look up front, but more importantly, I think you get it from her shoulder back, and she's got a good cow shape to her rib. I think a good-footed one who's really accurate in her step and just really balances up well, whether she stopped and park profile or the young man's leading her around the arena. I think that's a nice one to study in this fall class. Congratulations to him on that single entry.
Congratulations to Jack Laufenberg on receiving a first blue. We will now be selecting champ and reserve Angus heifer.
Three really nice single entry Angus females out here in this junior show, and I'll just kind of go through and tell you what I'm seeing in the three of them as we get them out here. All three come out of single entry classes there. The big senior yearling up at the front of the lineup, I think that one you got to just really appreciate stopped and parked on the stand for just the amount of forerib and dimension and center body that she's got, and yet one that's still really level in terms of her top line, really parallel in terms of how just her bottom line balance at center. I think one that you can appreciate stopped and set up. Young man does a good job with her. We get her in motion. I wish she just went freer off both ends. I wish she was just a little more athletic in terms of the way she handled her framework, but I think that's one that's sure nice to study out here. Young lady's got a junior yearling in the middle of the lineup that's, probably in terms of just used to her hock and pasterns a little better than that heifer that precedes her in the lineup. But, at the same time, maybe we get her out here and she's just a nickel courser, and the way she's put together when you study her through her shoulder and the way she transitions back into her forerib. I'd personally like to give that heifer just a bolder kind of body shape when you study her in terms of just real rib dimension, and maybe just level her and square out of her hip just a fraction. Then you got that fall heifer out of the final single entry class there. I think one that, she's impressive to study today for just the good that she puts together, and I think still has a bright future too. I like that heifer the best when she gets in motion of these three in terms of the way she uses her skeleton and her knee and her hock and how her feet hit the surface, and yet still one that stays really balanced in her upper line when she goes. I think she's got a really appropriate amount of dimension at this stage of the game, but yet I think her front end still reads with some continuation. That's the one I like best. She'll be your champion, Angus. Young man's big senior yearling up front will be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Jack Laufenberg on winning champion Angus heifer. And congratulations to Nolan Nogard on winning reserve Angus heifer.
Just one entry in our Charolais breed, and I think this young man brings us one that could stand a little bit of extra competition in this particular breed. Just a heifer that's loaded with mass and dimension and body shape, one that's really impressive when you just study her through her forerib and the way she carries that dimension all the way back into her hip. I think one that, she stops and we kind of get her head up and I think still pulls together a nice look. I think that heifer's functional in motion. Maybe when she goes, she's got a habit to just drop her head a little bit and maybe round out of her hip and pull that hind leg underneath herself. But I still think she's got some flex to her lower joints and the way she uses her skeleton and hits the surface. That's a really nice single entry Charolais. My compliments to that young man.
Congratulations to Riley Laufenberg on winning first blue and champion. Coming into the ring next will be Summer Yearling Heifer. Shouldn't it just be that one? In the key division.
I don't know. Okay, see if Dan would run the game for a while, so you can go get something to eat.
Are you just having both of them in there?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So right to champion.
What's that? I don't know.
These are actually two single entries out here that we just brought in for our key show to be, we'll kind of talk each of them as their individual class winners. So just in no particular order, the young man's heifer at the front of the lineup there. I think that's one that you study her as an individual and even relative to the heifer that follows her in the lineup currently. I think that one's a moderate, sensibly sized one that just the right size in terms of allowing her to balance in proportion. I like just the depth and softness to her body and the way she transitions back into her rear rib and flank with plenty of sweep and plenty of dimension. I think that heifer's got a good set to her hip and hind leg when she gets out and travels. I don't know if either of these cattle just move.
Attention exhibitors. Could all available photography exhibitors please report to the London Memorial Arena to assist with hanging up the photography entries.
The one it used to be. Attention on the ground.
I don't know if either of these heifers just move perfect up front, but I do know that the young man's heifer probably lays in just a little neater at the top of her shoulder and the way she transitions back into her upper forerib. I like that about her. Her front feet hit the surface a bit square too. She's probably not just the most refined one in the shape to her neck. She's probably not just the stoutest featured one out here, but I think in terms of body and structure, you got to like what that one represents. relative to this Chianina division. Young lady's heifer that comes out of the second class, then that single entry, I think you talk about her as an individual from a positive standpoint, and that's a really big-footed, stout constructed, rugged design kind of a heifer from the surface up. You like just to call them a bone and foot size that she stands on.
Attention exhibitors. Could all available photography exhibitors please report to the London Memorial Arena to assist with hanging up the photography entries.
Like the shape to that one's neck and the way she ties it up front, maybe relative to the other heifer from there back then, she gets just a pinch more open at the top of her shoulder. I'd personally like to soften that heifer up a bit in terms of her mid-body and her rear flank to just get her to balance better. Maybe you question that one long-term. Does she get a little bigger and harsher in her look, relative to where she's at from a frame size perspective now? So I think two good class winners out here. I like them in the order they stand. Young man's going to have your champion. Young lady behind's going to have reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Congratulations to Adam Mossman on receiving a blue ribbon and champion key. Congratulations to Claire Carrier on receiving a blue ribbon and reserve champion. What do you call a cow with a twitch? Beef jerky. Good.
You gotta tell the ground beef one.
Ground beef. Coming into the ring next is a single entry, right? Single entry for a Maine heifer.
This one, I think one that really the front 2/3 of this heifer, you can find an awful lot of good in. Really refined ahead of her shoulder and just the shape to her neck, I think lays in smooth at just the point of her blade and the way she goes and functions out of her knee and front end. Really good in terms of just the shape to her rib as well. Maybe we could lengthen that heifer's hip just a little bit and just see her flex that hock. She kind of got a habit of driving that rear leg into the surface a bit harder and maybe not just willingly flexing it quite as good as we'd like to see. But I think that's still a really nice heifer to represent our mains here later on. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Claire Carrier on receiving first blue and champion Maine. Coming into the ring at this time is Simmental heifer. Are you
Single entry in our first of two Simmental classes. Young man's doing a nice job with this heifer that's kind of giving him fits. I think it's a nice heifer. I think you want to talk about one that who's got just some dimension to her and some real spread to her forerib and the way she opens up high, square hip kind of a heifer, like the way she drops that hind leg to the surface. Maybe she's one we could freshen up in her look just a fraction in terms of the shape to her neck, and you study her there at the base of her chest. But I think that's still a really functional Simmental cow's prospect that still moves with some flex. My compliments to that young man. John, well done there.
Congratulations to Colby Sampson on winning first blue. Coming into the ring next will be Colby again with a 2-year-old cow or over.
Okay, good.
Single entry cow-calf pair in our Simmental show, same exhibitor that had our last entry there. And I think you got to appreciate a lot of things about this pair. That's a cow that's got just a tremendous amount of power and rib and dimension to her. One is really long spined and still long and good looking up front. You know, maybe we change her in just that spine and the way it sits in her as she's developed in her productive life. Maybe we'd refine her in just the link to her teats a bit. But I think she's doing a really nice job with that heifer calf at side. One that I think it has a lot of quality and a very bright future. My compliments again to that young man.
Congratulations to Colby Sampson on receiving a first blue. We will now be selecting for champion and reserve Simmental.
Colby's gonna win this. Colby's gonna win this.
You get these two singles back out here together, and obviously both young man's entries out here. He's doing a nice job with the Simmental breed at home. You can tell got a passion for it, and I think good representatives out here to work through. We're going to use that heifer out of the first class of his to be champion. We're going to follow up with the pair for reserve. Nice job, young man. Congratulations in the Simmental show today.
Congratulations to Colby Sampson on winning with his heifer for champion and cow and calf for reserve. So there will just be 3 classes. Are you doing 3 classes of this then? Cow with no legs. Ground beef. Thank you, Jerome. The shorthorn heifers. We're going to do all three classes. Oh, low battery. How do I
We have a
change?
class over here in our Great Holstein show today, but this
Three single entries in our Shorthorn division. We just elected to bring them all in here at once, and I'll kind of talk about each of them as they come out of those respective individual class wins. Young man's roan, redneck roan heifer there, the young heifer calf out of the would have been our first class. I think she's got some advantages out here in terms of just her presence and her freshness and her dimension. I think that's one that you can like, just the stoutness of bone and footwork that heifer's got working in her. I think one who's really attractive up front. I like the way her body matches her frame size and extension at this stage of the game. You know, I think the question mark on that heifer is when she gets in motion, just where do you sit on the shape to her hock and how her rear feet hit the surface. I'd personally like to lengthen their hip and lay her tail head in neater, just bring her hock in and eve her up in her rear toes. I think that becomes a little bit of a question mark on that heifer, but from there forward, I think you like a lot of things she represents. Young man's heifer that comes there in our junior yearling class that's in the middle of the lineup now. You know, I think that's a heifer that probably initially, maybe she doesn't just wow you and grab you anywhere within the ESTs, but I think that's one that you can really appreciate when she gets in motion. It's one that's really athletic and meets her stride when she gets out in circles, one who's refined in terms of the shape to her joints, long and level down her spine and out through her hip. You know, that heifer still got plenty of dimension when you get in behind her. I'd probably like to just soften her up a bit in terms of her body just to make it match in relation to her extension and frame. But I think that's a nice one to talk about as well, like just her function and use to her hip and hind leg when she goes. You got the pair then that comes out of that final class at the end of the lineup. That cow's done a really nice job with that bull calf at side. One that's good and just the squareness and set to her udder. Maybe one we'd stouten up a little bit in terms of just her foot, give her a little more dimension, level her up out of her hip. So I think it's a good group of them out here. Definitely some trade-offs depending on where you want to sit. I'm personally the most comfortable with the structure and build of the young man's heifer in the middle. She'll be champion. We're going to follow up with that little heifer calf up front for reserve. Congratulations to both of those Shorthorn exhibitors.
Congratulations to Preston Yeski, Shane Graham, and Jamie Graham on all receiving first blues. Congratulations to Shane Graham on receiving champion Shorthorn heifer. Congratulations to Preston Yeski on receiving reserve. Coming into the ring at this time will be AOB Junior Yearling heifer.
Okay.
In order as they come in and stand for champion and reserve. Young man's heifer, I think up front, just like her extension, I like her performance a shot better. I think that heifer is just a little sleeker up through her front end. And the way she's designed in her shoulder and how she ties her neck, definitely a nice place to start this AOB division. Young lady's heifer that follows, definitely a little different in type and kind. If you want to say she's just the more moderate, little cowier version, maybe of the champion, I wouldn't argue with you one bit in terms of just her mature frame size and having a good shape to her rib. She's one we get on top of her, maybe get just a little bit flatter in terms of her upper skeleton. I'd personally like to neaten her up a little bit through her shoulder and head, neck, and chest just to give her a little more ring presence out here. But that's a nice pair of belteds there in our AOBs. Look forward to our champion drive here momentarily.
Congratulations to Adam Halverson on receiving first blue and champion. Congratulations to Ella Halverson on second blue and reserve. We will now be selecting for overall champion heifer and reserve. coming into the ring at this time. Attention exhibitors in the beef barn. After this champion and reserve selection, we will be moving right on to the market show.
Put your hands together for these pre-champion junior heifer exhibitors out here I think they come out and bring out a set of cattle that sure represent a lot of positives. And I know a lot of maybe didn't come out of just really large entries in those individual breeds, but I think with that there was truly depth and quality. Depth when we had numbers and quality regardless in those breeds as we get them back out here. And I think these cattle represent a lot of good in terms of just being the right kind, from having some structural integrity, having some dimension to them, and some real doability. And yet with that, they still got some extra in terms of just show ring appeal as well. To me, it comes down to probably a pair of them, and I think that pair of them is a little bit different. One of them's probably just a little stouter and bolder, but maybe just a little coarser and just the shape to her neck and how she ties it. One of them's maybe just a little smoother and more refined and more feminine in the way she's put together. Maybe she not as just dimensional and stout. So I think that's the pair to discuss. I'll go take one more look at them and show you which two I like for Champion and Reserve. Again, my compliments to those exhibitors on a job well done.
252 are now into the pack class in our
Camp here. Receiving reserve heifer. He also will receive a plaque from Jackson County Bank. I don't think I got that right. Oh, well. Oh, I wrote it on the back here. I'm sorry, those plaques are both donated by Provision. I did the blonde buy a brown cow to get chocolate milk. Bull. Bulldozer. Oh, I'm here all day.
Lauren is in our senior grade.
This morning, and man, I think a nice individual. You want to talk about one that's structurally correct, built really good in terms of just his lines and the way he balances out here, a long level spine, level hip kind of a calf, good footed and good in terms of the way he gets out and travels. And then you get your hands on him, and I think a steer who's starting to deposit a nice degree of finish over his rib. Congratulations, that young lady, on that single entry. Nice way to start out our Market Animals show.
We need grading on them too. Grading. We have to.
Like.
Do you guys usually do that?
get into this dairy beef show here, the five in this class. And I thought the young lady steer up front there in the black shirt, he came in first. And man, I thought that was a nice representation of where we needed to be in a dairy beef show. And I think still keeps that advantage. Really muscular, really powerful, really stout featured kind of a steer that's got, to me, a really good carcass merit perspective in him. I think he's laying on a nice degree of finish, and he's still a good balance calf when he gets out and travels too. Strong in his lines, one who's good-footed and athletic. Nice place to start there. I thought after that, things should get a little bit closer. For me, the young man steer, it's going to be second in reserve. You kind of take him from his shoulder back, and I think he just represents the next best kind of cattle in here in terms of having some boldness to his rib, having some squareness to his hip, and having some real dimension. Still pretty sound when he gets out and travels, and I like that about him. He's a little plainer up there through his head and his neck and his chest. He's not just as attractive probably as what that class winner is, but I think that's still a nice kind of steer to follow and end up reserve in this particular division. The steer that ends up in third, then I think that's one, man, you like just how good looking that calf is from the side. He's really a streamlined, attractive, good-footed, athletic looking one. I appreciate that about him. We get right behind him though here, and I thought of the group, he was one of the flattest in his rib and the narrowest back through his pins. Just want to give him a little bit more muscle all the way through. Steer that ends up in fourth has a little bit more muscle, but with that, I thought he got just a little rougher around the edges in terms of balance, a little lower in how he ties his neck out of his shoulder, a little rounder out of his hip. Still thought he was sounder than the steer that ends up in five. Here's a big-footed, stout-constructed steer. I just thought structurally he was the most challenged calf in here in terms of his angles, a little more vertical in his shoulder and tighter in the way he travels behind. But a good class of dairy beef steers. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Grace Kling on receiving First Blue and Champion Dairy Crossbred. Congratulations to Justin Kling on receiving Second Blue and Reserve Dairy Crossbred. Vince Overling received a First Red, Austin Olson Second Red, and Jake Kling Third Red. Coming into the ring next will be Beef Market Heifer. Bless you.
Getting these three market heifers in line here. I think a good class to start off with our beef side of the market show here. And this young lady with the baldy face calf up front is going to be your class winner. I think there's two in here that have got just tremendous muscle and power and stoutness. And with that, the young lady's doing a good job with a heifer that just balances up better, a lot better down her top line in terms of levelness. I think she's more secure in her hip and her hind leg and the way she goes, stays a little more collected and neater there in terms of that shoulder. She's doing a good job out here. My compliments to her on a nice market heifer to win. Young man that's going to follow with that brown heifer in reserve. Man, that one just loaded with muscle and loaded with product. Really appreciate just how expressive and bold she is when you get your hands on her. She's probably as big hipped as any of the cattle when you step right in behind them. We get her in motion, and I thought she came in just a few more pieces. Wants to open in her shoulder and get a little off in her top line. I'd like to level her out of her hip and just make her a little more coordinated in the way she goes behind. Got a big extended heifer here that we're going to follow with in third. Maybe need just a little bit more muscle and stoutness in relation to a couple of those ahead, but a good class of market heifers. My compliments to those three young exhibitors.
Rating.
Choice on all.
In our fall Holstein grading class here today, I have a young lady leading out.
Mariah Stubrud winning first blue and champion. Riley Laufenberg, second blue and reserve. And Waverly Fineff with a first red. In the ring now is Hereford Steer. Sorry.
Choice on both.
Thank you.
Good pair of Hereford steers here, and I think both these cattle have fed well. Both of them, to me, are definitely approaching that just finish point in terms of having a nice degree of fat cover on them. I think in terms of just extra muscle and extra structural integrity, the young man's steer there at the front of the lineup is one you need to tie into. I like that calf's foot shape quite a bit better when you study him at the surface. I think he's one that, too, when you get your hands on him, a little more muscular and aggressive down his top. He's got more shape to his stifle. Nice Hereford steer to start. Young lady's got a darker, pigmented, darker colored steer there to follow him in reserve. Really a big-bodied, moderate, productive kind of a steer. Like we said, he's definitely approaching that finish standpoint. Maybe one that for me is maybe just a little past 12 o'clock in terms of what we call ideal. Reads just a little bit staler there through his head and his neck and his chest. I'd personally like to power him up with just a little more real shape when you get right on top of him. But that's a good pair of them. My compliments to those two Hereford exhibitors.
Congratulations to Caden Mosley on receiving a first blue and champion. And congratulations to Kendall Campen on second blue and reserve.
get into this Angus steer show, and I mean, I don't know. You never know what's coming, and I mean, you just don't know if you go to a county fair every day and expect to see an Angus steer, the quality of the one that we're going to tie into there up front. Man, that one, not only is he just a good carcass calf in terms of being really smooth and ideal in his handle and having the right amount of muscle, but that one's ultra good looking. He's ultra good footed and flexible out here. He balances incredibly well. It's a very nice Angus steer to start this particular class. 2 and 3 is probably where it got to be a little bit closer for me. I just thought there was a little bit more real true muscle and meat animal shape. And the young man steer we're going to follow with him reserved in the red plaid shirt. I think that steer comes a little square and bolder out of the back of his shoulder. I think he's a little bigger footed and more agile in the way he uses his hip and hind leg, a little longer and square out of his hip. I appreciate that about him. Steer's a little patchier over his rib when you handle him. I thought he's just a little coarser in his shoulder, probably not as just elitely balanced as what that class winner is, but still a nice place to come with reserve. Young man's doing a good job with that steer that ends up in third, a moderate calf that's got rib and got body and dimension to him. Another one really smooth handling. He's a well-fed kind of a steer, and I appreciate that about him. He's one that gets a little plainer up through his front end in terms of look, gets just a little rounder hips and more fragile and refined in his rear ankle. Maybe like to just stouten him at the surface a bit, but from a carcass perspective, that calf will sure grade. Still a good kind of steer there to end up in third. Good Angus show. My compliments to those 3 young men.
Congratulations to Luke Fisher on winning second blue and reserve champion Angus steer. And congratulations to Jake for winning a first red. In the ring now is the Key Steer division with 2 exhibitors.
Quality continues as we work into our pair of Key steers here. And young man's red steer, I think, is a pretty solid place to start this class. Just got a great fat steer shape to his head, and from there back, just tremendously bold and muscular and stout. Love that steer in the upper part of his skeleton for how he squares up. Got a great shape to his loin, big level square hip kind of a calf. And he's presented to a T. Fun to study when he stopped and parked on the stand here. You know, maybe if we're going to get critical, just where his shoulder, lower shoulder into the base of his forearm transitions could be a nickel smoother. I'm not saying he's just an absolute perfect one behind in the way he handles his hock and his rear leg, but I think still more than good enough in this pair. That's a nice steer to start. Young man's black steer that's going to come reserve in our Key division. Probably a little more moderate, probably just a little bigger, centered, softer made kind of a steer, and I appreciate that about him. Really good just in terms of the depth to his rear rib and flank. We catch that steer coming at us. He gets a little wide and out in terms of his elbow, probably doesn't just go as coordinated and comfortable out of his front end. I didn't think the steer maybe relaxed on his ankle as well behind. Biggest thing, though, is didn't know if there was just quite the shape and show ring appeal in that one relative to a class winner, but that's still a really solid steer to end up second. My compliments to both those key exhibitors.
Congratulations to Austin Laufenberg on winning first blue and champion key steer. Congratulations to Luke Fisher on receiving second blue and reserve. Coming into the ring next is Maine and Jew steers.
In our main show, and I think the young man's White Flame Calf's a really solid place to start in this particular breed. I think one that's incredibly bold and fresh when you get your hands on him from just a carcass merit perspective, but yet with that, he's still got the extras of a really good show steer look from the outside, tremendously big-footed. I love studying that calf on the stand and just the way he balances and proportions. I think in motion, we could lengthen his hip and change the way he drives that rear leg into the ground just a fraction, but I think big picture, that's a very solid and convincing place to start in this particular class. I thought from just the standpoint of structure and just keeping good functional cattle up, the young man's brown steer needed to stay where he is there in reserve. I think one you really appreciate in motion for just the athleticism he's got to his skeleton, the way he gets out and travels and flexes, and I think still of the remaining three has more than enough muscle relative to those other two. We get right behind his shoulder. He's a little softer and a little more washed out, not just as fresh and powerful as what that class winner is, but I think still a solid place to end up second in this particular main class. 3 and 4, a little more similar kinds of cattle. Look like they're cattle that probably still got some days on feed before they reach that optimal endpoint. I just thought the young man steer we're going to follow in third was a better balanced steer, a little better in his top line and spine when he gets in motion, a little more correct in the way he handles that hind leg. Young lady steer probably has just a little bit more muscle than the steer right ahead of him. Wants to get just a little outside himself, and the way he travels behind, that top line will rise up and not just sit at him as good. Just like to correct him a bit from a structural standpoint, but you got to like the muscle that steer represents at a lighter weight. My compliments to those 4 main exhibitors.
Congratulations to Adam Mossman on receiving first blue and champion Maine and Jew. Congratulations to Adam Hench on second blue, reserve champion. Congratulations to Preston Yeski on first red and Franny Everson on second red. Coming into the ring at this time is Simmental steer. There will be 4 exhibitors in this class.
So the only thing is, all the
4 entries in our Simmental class. And if you wanted to say there's some trade-offs in a spot or two between these two cattle up top, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I'll be honest with you, I'd tweak both of them structurally probably as we just study the way they're built from the surface up. So then I think you've got, if you kind of call that a wash, I think you've got kind of the decision between one that's just got tremendously more power, one that's maybe a little sharper looking. And I just thought the young lady's red and white steer was just unmatched in terms of width of skeleton and in terms of roundness of body and just how bold he opens up high. Really a big pin steer. It's dimensional down through his quarter and his stifle. He's a steer that when he goes probably gets just a little uncoordinated and just a little cumbersome off both ends of his skeleton as you get critical of him and maybe get just a nickel wide on both ends. But I think, if we call that good enough, there's a lot of positives in that steer in this class as he's kind of approaching that optimal weight. Nice way to start our Simmentals. Young lady's got a steer in second that's going to be our reserve that, maybe today's not quite his day yet. Maybe he's still got some gas in the tank and a brighter future. I call him one of the greener cattle in here in terms of his condition. That's a beautiful built one in terms of just his neck and front end and his attractiveness shoulder forward. I think the steer's still got a nice shape up high. Again, from a freshness standpoint, I think he beats a couple of the cattle in 3 and 4. He wants to twist in his knee and get those front feet splayed out just a little more when he comes directly to me. I still didn't know if he just flexed his hock perfect. And with that, just thought from a mass and dimension standpoint, gave up quite a bit relative to that class winner. The young man steer that comes out in third, then I think that's one that of the remaining 2 cattle, I think just has a little more true muscle. You get right on top of him, he hooks up square out of his shoulder. Still got a good just shape to his rib, a good softness and depth to his center body. Read him a little straighter up front, just shoved too far forward in his shoulder, a little more refined and tighter in his ankle as you take him down the surface. Young man's got a big bodied, easy feeding kind of a steer here. We close out with another one. We get right on top of him. I'd like to give him just a little bit more true muscle right out of his shoulder, maybe coordinate him a little different in his pasture and the way those rear feet hit the ground. But that's a good Simmental class. My compliments to those 4 exhibitors there.
Choice on all. Congratulations to Macy Casper on receiving first blue and champion Simmental. Congratulations to Brenna Thorson on reserve champion. Congratulations to Trent Laufenberg on a first red and Brewer on a second red. Coming into the ring at this time is Shorthorn Steer. Beef exhibitors, please have your Shorthorn Plus steers in the holding area. Select.
Pair of Shorthorn steers here. I think the white steer, just in terms of having a high quality show steer look, being a little fresher, being just a little bigger footed and more genuine in his makeup, is a nice place to start here. I think a pretty convincing class winner in our Shorthorn division. The red steer that's going to be reserved, definitely a little more moderate, definitely a little bigger body, probably needs to be just a little easier feeding kind of a steer. I like that about him. Gets a little sharper in the set to his hock, a little frailer in terms of his build. Big picture, I'd like to see that steer have a little more true shape and muscle when I get my hands on him. Good class, a pair of Shorthorns there. My compliments to those 2 young ladies.
Congratulations to Morgan Berg on receiving a first blue and champion shorthorn steer. Congratulations to Jamie Graham on a second blue and reserve champion shorthorn. Coming into the ring next is shorthorn plus steer. Cow and a duck. Milk and quackers. Seconds because it's cutting out between us.
Three shorthorn plus steers, and I think there's probably some trade-off between 1 and 2, kind of depending on where you want to set priorities. Young man steer, painted up steer we're going to start with there. I think it's pretty hard to look past just that steer's extra foot size and stoutness and power in here. I think undoubtedly the boldest body, biggest hip calf, who's got the most real shape and dimension up high, and I think still gives you a nice look on the side. And I'll be honest, when we get him in motion, I think that's where it probably gets a little closer with the steer in reserve, because he doesn't want to come out and he shoulder just a bit more. I'd personally like to relax him in his hock and his rear ankle and the way that hits the surface, but I think still just a very powerful, good-looking show steer to start this class. Young man's doing a nice job with the steer. It's going to be reserve, and honestly, kind of like we talked with that reserve Simmental steer, probably a calf that's got just a few better days ahead of him in terms of still being on his way up. That's a sound, good-footed, flexible, athletic kind of a steer that you like in terms of just his range of motion out here. Not as neat up through his front end, and just maybe the shape to his neck is what that class winner is. Didn't think he was just near as bold and stout from a power dimension standpoint. but I like that one, Skeleton. I like his structure, and I like his continuation. Steer we're going to roll with in third there is a big extended high cut ability calf in relation to his frame and extension. Maybe like to see him just a little softer in his body. Maybe like to see him a little further along there in terms of that degree of finish. But a good trio of shorthorn steers. Nice job to those three young men.
Congratulations to Bryce Laufenberg on winning First Blue and Champion Shorthorn Plus Steer. Congratulations to Jake Olson on winning Second Blue and Reserve Champion. Shane Graham also received a First Red. Coming into the ring at this time is AOB Steer. 2 exhibitors in this class. Beef exhibitors, please have your crossbred medium weight A's on deck. Heavyweight A's, please start making your ways to the ring.
Two winter yearlings in a registered Holstein show today. I'm gonna have the young
Choice.
Couldn't ask for 2 more different kinds and contrasting types of steers in this AOB class. Both of them good kinds of cattle, just cut from a little different mold. The young man's white steer we're going to start with in terms of just frame size and in terms of just a continuity and maturity pattern. I like that one a nickel better. I think truly just a bigger footed, stouter constructed calf who's incredibly impressive when you get your hands on him. Probably one of just the boldest shapes up high as anything we've seen today, and yet he's still got a good look up front. I like him better through his neck and his chest than the steer that follows him into. He could probably be just shoved back in his shoulder and the way he goes out of his front end and his knee maybe loosened up a bit from that regard, but I think that's a nice steer to start this class. The young lady steer is going to be reserved AOB. You want to talk about just a moderate sound, big rib, practical, easy feeding kind of a steer. That's him for sure. We get him out here next to that champion. Maybe he's just a little deeper chested and plainer in the shape to his neck. Reed just a little more moderate and quicker in terms of his maturity to me. Didn't think there was quite just the cutability and shape in that calf, but another good pair. My compliments to those 2 exhibitors.
Congratulations to Riley Laufenberg on receiving First Blue and Champion AOB Steer. Congratulations to Macy Casper on receiving Reserve Champion AOB. Coming into the ring next will be the Crossbred Medium Weight A.
choice on the first floor, select on 5. I believe we got 2 classes across steers and a great way to start in this first class of them. I believe we call these the middleweights. And, you know, the young man steer, I think, is a pretty logical and easy place to start in this class for me. I'll tell you, I just think in terms of trying to keep cattle right at the ground and talk about structure and talk about agility, I think that steer does it very, very well out here. And in relation to a lot of the steers we've seen today, I really like that calf in motion and the way he utilizes his skeleton and his framework off of both ends. To me, he's a balanced, proportional kind of a fat steer who's got just some real stoutness to his jaw. He's got some real shape and power when you get on top of him. He's not just the slickest neck one that we've maybe ever seen, but quite honestly, I'm okay with that because I think that one represents very good kind of beef cattle from their back. Nice place to start this class. Young lady steer it's going to follow in second probably is just a little neater in the shape to his neck. It ties good on the top of his shoulder. A steer is really aggressive in terms of topside shape and muscularity out through his upper hip. He's one that when we get him in motion, I'd like to coordinate him just a little different. He wants to get a little out in his hock and unstable in the way he sets behind. Personally, I like to just pull him down in that rear rib and flank to get him to balance up just a nickel better if we can. I think we can talk some similar things on the red and white painted steer that comes in third. Another calf that for his age and maturity, he's definitely a lean, muscular, shapely kind of a steer. We appreciate that about him. Balances up pretty good still down his top line. Gets just a little frailer and more refined in the way he hits the surface. Not quite as stout and powerful as a couple of those cattle up ahead, but I think still a functional steer that's got some carcass basics relative to 4 and 5. 4 and 5, I thought were a similar pair of them. I just thought there was a little more degree of finish and just a little bit more advancement in terms of muscularity in the young man steer that we round out with in 4. Got a big extended kind of steer in 5 there. Needs just a little bit more body. It just needs a little more productive kind of a look to him. But that's a good way to start off that crossbred steer show. Nice job to those 5 exhibitors.
Congratulations to Austin Laufenberg on receiving a first blue, Macy Casper, second blue, Madison Stubrud, first red, Evan Ellickson, second red, and Andrea Ellickson, third red. Coming into the ring next will be crossbred heavyweight A.
get into this second and final class of crossbred steers, and I think a good class. Young men steer up the front of the lineup's a nice place to start for me. I think just a balanced, complete, no holes kind of calf that really I think just puts a lot of positives together. I think he's as sound and comfortable as any of them out here when the steers get out in motion. I think he's a steer that proportions well when you get him on a profile. Maybe we'd stouten his bone work up just a little bit. Maybe not just the most aggressive one in terms of muscle that we've seen today, but I think just the complete fault-free steer to start in this respective class. I think 2, 3, maybe even 4 can get a little bit closer then, kind of depending on where you want to set priorities. I just thought the young man's black steer we're going to follow with in second in terms of just really having, in my mind, the best shape to his rib, the most true muscle and dimension of those remaining 3 when you get on top of him. Love how he hooks up and
Mariah Stubru, can you please bring your animal to the beef show at this time? Mariah Stubru.
like how he hooks up out of the back of his shoulder with a really square, aggressive kind of a shape. I think still gets off his hind leg pretty good in terms of mobility. Stays leveler in his hip than the steer that's going to follow in third. I'd like to pull him down in his rear rib and flank to get him to match just maybe where he's starting to mature there a bit through his chest to get him to balance up perfect. But I think still a nice steer there to end up second. The smoky calf that's going to be third, probably a little longer spined, a little bigger, more extended kind of a calf. Still got some red meat, just meat animal shape in that one when you get on top of him. I thought when we got him in motion, he came in just a few more pieces. Want to get a little coarser in terms of the base of his shoulder, tends to duck his pins and round out of his hip just a fraction more, maybe just doesn't balance as well. But I like the fact that he's still relative to maybe some that follow a little fresher in terms of where he's at from a maturity perspective. Young man steer, it's going to come in fourth there, big bodied, easy feeding, productive calf. To me, maybe maturity's caught up with him just a fraction more when you study him, just the shape to his neck and his crest and his chest. I like to freshen him up a little bit, both from the outside and when I get my hands on him as well. 5 and 6 then, a pair of good practical kind of steers that both need a little bit more muscle. I thought the steer in 5 was a little bit sounder in the way he went off his front end and just a little bigger hip when we got behind him as well. Got a smooth, good looking steer we're going to close with in 6. Gets a little straighter and stiltier there out of his shoulder and knee. Like to power him up with a little more muscle here in a heavyweight crossbred class. But that's a good way to finish that cross show. My compliments to those 6 exhibitors.
Congratulations to Jack Laufenberg on receiving a first blue, Sam Everson, second blue, Austin Olson, first red, Vince Overling, second red, and Andrea Ellickson, third red. I don't know if I said Caden.
Attention in the dairy barns, please bring all first and second place ribbon winners to the arena.
We will now be selecting for crossbred, champ, and reserve. Macy's not coming back?
Not with their black one.
Okay, so they just said Macy's.
good pair out here to represent our crosses, and I just wanted to make sure we were good where we were going to go here as we get out of this division. And I'll just tell you kind of what I see in the two cattle, the steer out of the first class. I mean, that one hit me like a ton of bricks, to be honest with you, when he came in that particular class, because I think from the ground up, man, that is a good-footed, athletic, just correctly built one who's probably just as good structured as any of the cattle that we've seen today that still have some muscle and still have some dimension to him. Really smooth handling when you get on top of him, and appropriate in terms of just his degree of finish. A calf that balances and proportions well. I'm not going to tell you he's just the most tricked out one up front we've seen all day in terms of the shape to his neck and just the way his front end ties out of his shoulder. But like I said, I call it good enough. And from there back, I think that one represents a very good kind of steer, not only from a show ring standpoint, but still representing good real world beef cattle at the same time. The steer out of the second class, Stan, we talked again. He came out of that class just because he was a complete calf that had probably the fewest holes of what we had to work with in there. I think as a steer who's approached a heavier weight, he's still relatively fresh. The steer's still got a nice shape to his muscle when you get right behind him and study him, and just the shape to his loin. We get him out here next to that other one, and maybe he's just a little bolder and more upright in his shoulder. Maybe that steer gets a little more refined in terms of his foot and bone. So it's a good pair of them, pretty solidly though. My favorite's the young man there out of the first class. He'll be your champion. My compliments to him.
Congratulations to Austin Laufenberg on winning champion crossbred. And Jack Laufenberg for winning reserve crossbred.
If you would please put your hands together for not only these three, but those that we excused too out of the ring. I tell you, we had, I think, 10 or 11 divisions out here, and I just, I knew the minute they all got in here, I probably wasn't going to be able to just truly see what I needed to see in some of these top-end contenders. So we asked a few of them to head back there, and I want to say my compliments to those exhibitors on winning their particular breeds and divisions. I thought those were good kinds of steers. You know, as a whole, maybe a set of steers that we sent back that, you know, maybe we tweak them a little bit from just a structure standpoint. Maybe some of them had the muscle and the look, but maybe just didn't have quite the completeness and just in terms of the way they were built from their foundation up. And I thought these three cattle, I'll be honest with you, that they hit me pretty good in their respective breeds. Obviously, a couple of them we saw a little bit earlier in the day, and then the cross we saw towards the end of things here in our steer show. So, and I thought these three, just in terms of combining a tremendous amount of positives needed to surface here. And I know we only get to pick two, so I'll go through and I'll talk to you about kind of these three cattle and the differences that I see in them and where I like each of them, or maybe tweak each of them, because I don't know if we've got a perfect one, but I think we got three awfully good steers out here, regardless of level. If you're talking county or even beyond to a state level, these are steers that are competitive. These are steers that go out and definitely get a piece of stuff. So my compliments to the three young men for making it here to kind of the finals of the finals, if you will. The key steer out front, you know, I think if you want to talk about just extension and length, shoulder forward, and just having a really good show steer look, that's a calf you're drawn to pretty quickly. That's a steer that is incredibly bold and impressive up high in terms of the shape he comes out of his shoulder with. Probably as big and level in his upper hip as any of the cattle we've got out here, and I appreciate that about him a great deal. I don't know if that calf maybe just takes that width down to the surface for everything that he has up high. I don't know if he just proportions down to the surface maybe quite as well as what I deem ideal. At times, that calf maybe gets just a little out in his shoulder, maybe doesn't blend perfectly into his forerib, and I think we could probably talk just a little differences, shades of gray on hind leg on all of these three once we get them out here. Maybe he could flex his hock just a nickel better at times too, but man, that's a steer that on the stand you got to like for just his stoutness, his dimension, and the look that he presents you. The main steer then in the middle of the lineup, that's a calf that, man, I think there's a lot of good in that one. You want to talk about one that to me just balances like a fat steer should. He's got a good shape to his head. I love the shape to his forerib and how his body balances and sets and proportions in him. A steer who's really good, again, in terms of just shape. I'd call him one of the two heavier muscle steers out here just in terms of real dimension and real power. Love the set to that one, shoulder and his knee and the way his front end's drawn up. I think it really allows him to go good as he gets out and travels off his front end. He's probably a little bigger footed even than maybe the steer ahead of him. You know, when he goes behind, is his hip just long enough? Does he flex his hock maybe as ideal as we'd like to see? At times, I wonder if he's got a tendency to drive his rear leg into the ground just a fraction more. But I mean, I think that one proportions. He's powerful, he's fresh, but yet he's still a burly fat steer that's got enough stoutness and power to him for sure. The crossbred came out of that final division then, and I talked in class and division there on him. I thought that one, just in terms of his structure, his flexibility, the way he was built at the ground, one of the more superior cattle we've got the chance to study today in terms of just his structural foundation and his mobility. We get him out here, and he sure still represents that good body kind of steer that's sure got enough muscle. He's probably not maybe just as aggressive in terms of shape as a couple of these others, but I think still a good kind of steer. Maybe biggest picture out here, we get him out next to a couple of these, and he's just a little plainer in the shape to his crest and the way his jawline's built in him, maybe not quite as attractive and striking. So that's kind of how I see the three steers out here. Like I said, good set of breed steers that we sent back to. Maybe some of them we just tweak a little bit in an area. It's been a phenomenal steer show as we kind of conclude this portion of the event. And I know we still got showmanship left in the beef portion of the show today, but just want to say thank you for the opportunity again today. It's been really fun. You don't always get to see this kind of quality in a market cattle show at the county level, and I say that coming, seeing a lot of different states this summer. Sometimes it can be hit and miss, and I promise you this show was not hit and miss. This show was tremendously high quality, tremendously deep. If you could please put your hands together for these exhibitors out here making the finals of it. I'll go show you the two that I like for champion and reserve.
Congratulations to Adam Mossman on winning the champion market steer. Adam will receive a chair that was sponsored by Brock and Dawn Laufenberg family. He will also receive a trophy donated by Compier.
Anyways, we're back in the fairway with our Gray Holstein selection of junior champion. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
So we do have bred and owned,
I pulled out
and then showmanship, and then do you know about sales selection? So sales selection, we have 20 cattle that we sell, and we pick 2 alternates. They bring them all back. And so they'll like start on that end and stand back, and you pick from like the front. You pick 20 and 2 alternates. And that will
the commitment to the BEAT project here in Jackson County, and it's awfully neat to see. I think 7 good representatives back out here that we talk about for contention. I guess for me, there's one to tie into pretty quickly out here from just a quality standpoint, and then after that, I think reserve can get a little bit closer. I'll go show you the 2 that I like, champion, then reserve. Again, my compliments to these 7 exhibitors out here on a job well done with these projects from start to finish.
hand out the rest to the rest, all the others.
Oh, you do want me to name a reserve?
It's okay. Yeah, do a reserve.
Oh, okay, I got you. If you guys would put your hands together ringside for these 8 of them that come back here in our senior showmanship. I've gotten a chance at that point to kind of get to know each exhibitor's style of showmanship out here and just how they get things accomplished. And
For receiving the champion senior showman. He received a plaque from the Jackson County Farm Bureau and also a nice belt buckle donated from the Jackson County Livestock Education Committee. Congratulations to Caden Mosley for receiving reserve senior champion showmanship. He also received a plaque from Jackson County Farm Bureau. Other senior showmen that received red ribbons are Franny Everson, Adam Hench, Trent Laufenberg, Jamie Graham, Grace Kling, and Evan Ellickson. Congratulations, senior showmen.
How cool do these things look?
Cool. Coming into the ring next will be intermediate showmanship. There will be 2 classes of the intermediate showman, and then we'll pull the top. How many do you want? Top 2 winners? Okay. Okay. We'll pull in some of the top performers for grand intermediate showman. I don't know how many are out there yet.
So I won't need to do this until.
Now we've got our contenders for grand champion of our three
I don't even have a
show
list.
today. You've got your first place 3-year-old.
Ship and they won't give me one.
We still have an hour and a half.
First place.
Do we have a list for showmanship?
Excited, man.
And if you just, how many's in that one?
6.
I'm at 3 or 4 back
Okay.
out of this one. Yep. We're going to have 2 heats of intermediate here. So what we'll do is keep a few back out of each of those respective heats, and then we'll get a division final for you here momentarily. I think we start off really good here with these 7 or so that are in the ring. We're going to ask 3 to come back out of this particular group in no particular order. Young lady with a semi steer up front is going to return. Young lady with the heifer right behind her is going to come back. Young man with that Angus steer is going to come back as well. I thought those 3 came out here and did a really solid job. I look forward to working with them again in that champion lineup. Again, my compliments to that first group of intermediate showmen.
Macy, Claire,
6 of them here in the second heat. And again, I think another good one. We maybe got a few cattle that are getting just a little touchy out here and maybe a little sour on being in the ring a few times today. And that's understandable. That's part of it. And having showmanship towards the end of things, you're probably taking a gamble on that animal still wanting to work with you, probably to the degree they maybe did earlier in the day. I know that makes it tough. We're going to bring 3 back out of this particular heat. 2 young men with the black steers up there up front. A young lady with this red and white steer in the back here is going to return. My compliments to them. Look forward to getting those 6 total back there in our finals here in just a second. Well, please help me congratulate these 6 callbacks in our intermediate division ringside, if you would, on a job really, really well done out here. I think the water gets pretty deep and it gets pretty tough for me to work through. Really 3 or 4 of them out here, I think, that come out and really kind of demand a second look, if you will, as they come back there from their respective heats into our finals today. And I guess for me, it just comes down to consistency. And with that, there's probably a pair of them that it really, really comes down to. I think one of them's probably a little more aggressive in terms of their style. One of them's maybe a little bit more laid back. And I think it just really what you want as a judge and where you want to set priorities. I'm going to take one more look at them and go out and show you which young person I like as champion today. Again, my compliments to a great set of intermediate showmen. Job well done all the way through the day today.
Congratulations to Jack Laufenberg on winning intermediate showmanship. He received a belt buckle donated from the Jackson County Livestock Education Committee and also a plaque donated by Jackson County Farm Bureau. Thank you, intermediate show people. He didn't have to pick a second. No. Now we got beginner. 2 heats, yep. I don't know how many in each heat. 9 in the first one? 9 in the first one.
How many in the second?
How many in the 8?
Congratulations to develop.
Not every day you see the biggest participation and showmanship in the beginner or the youngest division. This is a massively full ring out here, and we've got another heat coming just like it here in just a second. So my compliments to all these exhibitors that are starting this project. Some of them probably just their first or second year out here. It's pretty neat to see them get back out here. They've done a phenomenal job all day. We're going to keep 3 of them back out of this particular heat for our finals here in just a minute. Young man with that black and white steer that's second in the lineup is going to come back. Young guy with this white steer, the AOB here, is going to return, and the young lady with this Simmental heifer is going to come back as well. I thought just the way they used their show stick, the way they maintained some eye contact and maintained the right distance in the ring was really appropriate. Good job, guys. Keep working. You all got a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
I guess I was wrong.
Congratulations to Bryce Laufenberg on receiving a blue ribbon. Taylor Laufenberg, blue ribbon. Riley Laufenberg, blue ribbon. Believe it or not, none of them are brothers and sisters. Andrea Ellickson received red. Justin Kling, red. Adam Halverson, red. Nolan Norgard, red. Sam Everson, red. And Preston Yeski, red. Coming up to the ring again will be another heat of beginner showmen.
Do you have a joke? Do you want to say hi to everybody?
3 again? Oh, 2? Only 2.
Little smaller group of them here, but still, I think just immense quality and talent out here represented amongst this second heat of beginners out here. We're going to ask 2 young people to come back for our finals. I think, if we were to go to 3, to me, 3, 4, 5 gets to be splitting hairs a little bit more. I thought there were 2 that just stood out a little bit here for just their ring awareness and ring presence out here, really being good at just how they utilize the ring from a space perspective. And I like their eye contact and intensity as well. Young lady with a Hereford heifer that's second in lineup is going to come back. Young man with the black heifer right behind her is going to return as well. Congratulations to both of them.
Congratulations to Brenna Thorson on receiving a blue, Adam Mossman receiving a blue, Jacob Stiesel a red, Mariah Stubrud red, Waverly Fineff red, Brewer Schleifer red, and Colby Sampson red.
show. I think we just got some sales selection spots to finish up with. But, again, just want to say thank you guys for the opportunity today. It's been a lot of fun to work through this cattle show this morning. I know we got a go show this afternoon here to stick around for. But, man, I was excited for this show. I heard some good things about it. And I think it definitely lived up to those expectations in terms of just not only quality of cattle, but quality of kids. The kids have been awesome to work with all day. They've been courteous. They've been helpful of other exhibitors in the ring, and that's made it very, very fun and made it easy for me as a judge to really get good evaluations on their calves, and it's been enjoyable at the same time. I think really it comes down to a pair of them out here. The longer I've kind of picked them apart and just kind of studied some of their tendencies and some of their notions, if you will. There's one young person that I just think is so good at utilizing the ring space. I love how this young person really turns wide on turns, so they utilize as much space as they can to really give that calf a lot of room. I love this person's aggressiveness and eye contact and focus, very aware of just where I'm at all times, where their calf's at, what that calf needs to look the part. I'll go show you what young person I like for champion beginner showman. Again, my compliments to the 5 of you and all of you in this division. It's been an awful lot of fun to work through.
I do the writing and announcing, or writing this list.
Okay, we only have one.
Okay. Tell Jerome. It's it better Congratulations to Bryce Laufenberg on receiving Champion Showman for Beginner. Bryce received a belt buckle from the Jackson County Junior Livestock Education Committee and also a plaque donated by Jackson County Farm Bureau. Congratulations, exhibitors. So next will be sales selection. It will start in probably 5